Okay, there we go. Hello to my one viewer. Just going to get it all set up real quick before I even turn on this screen record. And fingers crossed, more people join soon. And you should be able to see me as of now. Hey! My one viewer, whoever you may be, this is going to be pretty bland for a while. Okay, there we go. I'm going to spread the word real quick. God, not even that many people are online. Huh. Hmm. Oh boy. I don't know, man. Yo, my YouTube Rewind is up for today. 29 new subscribers. Okay. 5,530 views. 34 uploads, 259 likes, 47 shares, and 88 comments. Very respectable. Not bad. I had no idea what you meant for a sec. Just got to give it some more time, bro. This is how my streams normally start, bro. Nice and slow with only a couple of people. What? That's also been turned off? Bro. Heal. At there. You know what? Maybe I should play a game for a bit. Ease us into the day. So first of all, I gotta. Oh Jesus! Shrink this down a lot. Where is it? Doom Eternal. Yeah, man. Here we go. Holy crap, that's a big game window. I'm gonna have to shrink it a tiny bit. Obscure languages. Who might you be? Nice to hear that you've been in there. I remember I used to play it back on the Xbox One. And it just got to a point where I was like, bro, this is really hard. I can't do this anymore. And yes, it is an amazing game. And I reckon it's actually a bit of an improvement over the 2016. I was about to say over the first one, but it is very far from the first one. Now I need to. Oh, the settings are at the bottom. That's right. I've only ever played this on PC like 2 times so far. So. Okay, now we are probably at an acceptable size. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, a bit of real quick. Stop virtual camera. Okay, cool. God, it's been too long since I've streamed, man. I don't remember how to do this. All right, now we're cooking with gas. Oh, hey, Blake. Okay. I really want to wait until we have maybe 5 or 6 people. Maybe wait for even more. I don't know, man. Then we can get going. with the music. Oh, I hate this bit. Ah. Oh, jeez. Low health. More health, please. Okay, cool. Okay, that's what I want to do. Oh, come on, health. Yes. Actually, you know what? Audio. Cool. I might be able to let this go through my speakers. Okay. You guys should be able to hear this a little bit. Use flame ability to what? Oh, Jesus.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Holy crap, it's one of you.
Thanks to the UAC.
No one activated, isn't it F? Yo, what's the button to change my ability? I don't remember it, man. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there we go. Right click? Oh, I was thinking of my shotgun or add some ammo. I'm dead anyway, yeah. Up the frame rate on your stream. Oh. Let me look into that real quick. Because I'm playing my game at like 130 FPS. So, yeah, maybe it's the stream. Looks about 20 FPS. Are you kidding? Oh. Well, damn. I don't have the fastest internet in the world at the moment, so yeah, it's not fun. I really need to get myself an Ethernet cable, and then it will definitely look better. Okay, this is already looking promising. Oh, gotcha. Oh, piss off. One second, boys. Okay. God, what's the button for the chainsaw? C. All right. Armor saves you from taking all the damage. You would also. True.
Is a necessary step on the path to
I do want to use the chainsaw on a sec. All right, here we go. Insufficient fuel. Oh, bro. I guess I'm just gonna have to use it on a basic enemy and see what that does for me. Hey. There we go. Okay. Can that get me to full health? Or not quite, but I'll take it. Depends on enemy type. Yeah, true that. Oh! There we go. Maybe I'm gonna have to change the. Oh, hold on a second, guys. Output video. Monitoring the device, video capture device. There we go.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Oh, you ass. Come on. Come on. Oh! Yes. I guess I'm gonna have to chainsaw another basic enemy. I hate to do this, man. Oh. Oh, here we go. Health. Do I have any armor yet? Nah. Anything I can pick up? I did just see a weapon mod box though. I'm for sure gonna use that in a sec. I can probably afford to go loud. It's a Wednesday morning. Yeah. You guys got to hear it as well. Okay, sick. Oh, can I get a mod yet? Micro missiles. Bring a semi-automatic loader that highs. Okay. How come we're gonna get that? Yeah. You guys got to hear it as well. Okay, sick. Shane has joined the chat. My guy. Okay. Hold right click to turn your shotgun into a machine gun. Yeah, I do have that. I already got it. Okay. I knew I had to get that one straight away. Whoa. Press left control to launch a grenade. Man, I'm probably going to change that. Ooh. Looking sick. Pop your tits out, bro. I got nothing there. The Caco Demon. Or, for my D-side fans out there, Cacao Demon, or whatever that song is called. For a sec, I thought you could stand there before making the jump, but no. Oh, okay. Makes no sense. Ooh, that was only 2 bullets. I'm dead again for sure. Yeah. Oh my god. Don't worry, boys. We can get to the music soon enough. Sick. Oh. I was on 1 HP for a second there. 1. Whew. That could have been scary. Shotgun ammo, sick, I needed that. Armor, yes. Why did it not let me pick that up? Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Woo. Oh, no. Please don't die again. Woo. Come on. Come on. No. How am I on low health? I have 49 health. Bro. Ah. 5 bullets on both guns. Oh. Can I not pick up that shotgun ammo? Please. Okay, sick. We still have 3 viewers. Come on. Oh. Oh, come on, I need the little guys to live. Okay, there we go. Just so I can do that. Where did that spider thing go? Oh, there you are. Oh. Yeah. Flame breach is what? Eat this. Oh, wait. Can he swing up there? Surely. Hey, nice. Looks like I can get even higher once again. Oh, I'm probably not going to bother with that. Whoa, Steam screenshot. Are we full ammo? Yeah. Um. mm,
The UAC would like to thank you for your support during this transition. Your suffering continues to inspire us.
Your suffering continues to inspire us. Come on. That's what I needed. There's armor up there, bro. Oh, what? Oh. I have 98 HP. Hmm. Jesus. Oh, so go shoot it while it's out. Yeah. Oh. It took like 2 bullets. It's another one of those. I don't think I wouldn't notice that. So now I gotta run away. Oh, did I already kill it? I missed that. Oh, nice. All right. I didn't even mean to do that. Oh, one of the secrets. Hell yeah. Hmm. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna leave it there for a bit. Otherwise, we will not you gotta charge through all the music I want to get to. So, oh, better turn off the display capture for a bit. Okay. I'd rather not show anything private, you know. Which, of course, means I'm going to have to fully disappear for a sec. Okay, cool. Actually, wait. That and that. Oh. Nice. All right. Okay. The moment you guys have all been waiting for. Ranking all 104 EPs and albums I checked out this year. I will say that overall 2023 has been a brilliant year for entertainment. Some great movies, some great music, obviously. And here we are. And my bottom two just so happen to be from the same band. A little band called Dungeon Wolf with Barbed Wire Tattoo. Now, straight off the bat, you're probably wondering why I even listened to this in the first place. Well, first things first, I noticed that it was only like 12, 13, 14 minutes long. So I was like, okay, I'll charge through it and probably have a bit of a laugh. And oh boy, did I, because this album is just EP. It's just a failure in every single way. It came out all the way back in January as well, and January was absolutely stacked for metal. So to see this come out was just like, no, man. The instrumentation is terrible. The songwriting could be fine at parts. It's just so badly performed. Like, they insist that it's old school and it's raw, and yes, it is, but not in a good way in the slightest. And yeah, the other EP they put out is almost just as bad. It's like this and this. Pretty much the only reason why this one is higher is because I just found it extremely funny. So, like, track 3 is called Eat My Ass. Enough said. By the way, this only came out like 2 weeks ago. So once I reveal the albums, which I still haven't gotten to this year, you're going to be like, why did you listen to Dungeon Wolf instead of that? Similar story with this next one. Dream, the Minecraft YouTuber, made a hip-hop EP, and it is god-awful. Well, hip-hop/pop. And oh yeah, it was very bad, very bad. This is another one that I was like, oh, it's only like 15 to 16 minutes long, even if it is bad, which it probably is. Wait, what? Is the number on the right out of 10? Yes. And yeah, the reason why I gave no lower than 3 is because like I said, there was parts here and there where I was like, bro, this could have been a decent song, you know. They're also a band who like copies their influences to a fault rather, because this is just like a really bad Judas Priest cover band who decided to write songs. Next up is another one that a lot of people had in worst albums of the year, and yeah, fair enough. A Gradual Decline in Morale by King Dracula. I heard someone describe this album as a puzzle piece where a lot of the pieces are missing the edges, because it almost works. but it still looks a little funky. Because all these different genre fusions, you got some like new metal, hip hop, electronic, deathcore, metalcore kind of parts. Everything is there. This could have been a very cohesive album if just a bit more thought was put into how all the songs weave together. I can also tell that Kim is a really good vocalist who's just, not quite. It's just not quite there. Like I said from that YouTuber I watched, it's like a puzzle where all the pieces are there, they're just not quite clicking together because most of them are broken. It also had a lot of terrible interludes that just made me cringe. Like there's one track about halfway through where Kim gets on the mic and is like, "Oh, you were already halfway through this album. If you keep on listening, it might become one of your all-time favorites." I audibly yelled, "Piss off," when that happened. I literally hit escape and paused my game and was like, "Please, no." Next up is yet another one that people hated, to be blunt. Sleep Tokens Take Me Back to Eden. This was dead last for a while until I, of course, listened to 4 things that I thought were worse. Yeah, and God, much like Kim Dracula, you can tell that this could have been awesome. All the different fusions that they have, but they just, they don't quite do it. I kind of want to do a video breaking down exactly why it doesn't work from, the perspective of someone who's written a lot of music. And the production was really bad. It was like really bassy, but not bassy at all at the same time, if that makes sense. The guitar tone was horrid. It just overall lacked so much low end. The bass guitar was nowhere to be found. The vocals are just overproduced to death. Auto-tune, hideous amounts of compression, way too many vocal layers, blah, blah, blah. And much like Kim Dracula, a vocal performance that's just way too over the top for its own good. And yeah, it was also definitely an album which was way too long for its own good, because it was like an hour and 5 minutes or something like that. Let me see. An hour and 3 minutes. The point is, it was just too much. Next up is yet another one that people were slamming on really hard. Yet another one with a very overdramatic vocal performance as well. The God Slayer by OTEP. Now, a lot of this is a cover album where they just butcher the covers. Like this cover of The Way I Am by Eminem, which is like one of my favorite Eminem songs ever. And to hear her just like change so many of the lyrics, because I was trying to rap along to it, because I went through a bit of an Eminem phase when I was like 15, 16. And I was just jamming this out into the car, and I'm trying to rap along to it, and I'm like, why did you change so many of the lyrics? Like instead of in the paper, the news every day AM, it's like on Facebook, on Twitter every day AM, and I was just like, oh no, why? Also, I should address that I gave it as 5 because there was a couple of songs towards the start that I thought were generally pretty damn good. Like there was one song that was very clearly about some kind of abusive relationship that OTEP was in at one point, and it was actually a pretty solid metalcore-ish kind of song. And there was a couple of other songs towards the start which I thought were okay. If I look it up, I might be able to remember. Good For You, that's the one. You Should See Me in a Crown is pretty good. But then you get into the Nirvana cover of Territorial Pissings. No. Purity, which I believe is a Slipknot song, was also not that good. And yeah, the cover of The Way I Am was atrocious. So yeah, it's just really hammed up. So I was just not a fan. Next up is one that was really disappointing. Shrinking Vile by Fang and Stream. Most of you probably have no idea who this guy is. He's this Instagram guitarist, absolute monster of a guitarist who does like a bunch of tech death shorts on Instagram and YouTube, like Necrophagus, Obscura, bands of that nature. Yo, you know about that album, yeah. And I was not a fan because on top of being a tech death nerd, he's also a giant pop punk fan and wanted to fuse pop punk and tech death. And I remember I heard little snippets of it on Instagram. I was like, okay, this could be cool. I checked out the full album and not a fan. The vocals were just nails on a chalkboard. The tech deathy melodies mixed with the the bright and happy melodies of pop punk was also not very fun. I didn't like the vocals, not my thing. Instruments were fine. That's my thing. The instrumentation and how it was all performed was good. The songwriting was just not really my thing. Though it was only like 26 or 27 minutes long, so even though I wasn't a huge fan, it didn't necessarily feel like wasted time. Same with the OTEP album. That was a very crisp 38 minutes. Okay, next next up is one that people went, Bean Man, you listened to that? Seriously? Scarlet by Doja Cat. I have a friend who's a giant Doja Cat fan, so I felt like I had to listen to it pretty much. And I remember listening to the singles, Paint the Town Red, Attention, which are both really cool songs. I was like, okay, this album could be promising. But speaking of length, I saw that this album was 15 tracks and 57 minutes. And that's when I went, oh God. And yeah, that's part of the reason why it's hit, because for 15 tracks, I don't think it's quite versatile enough to be that long. But yeah, Attention, Paint the Town Red, and I swear there was one other song I really enjoyed. Let me find it. I guess Agora Hills is fine because it's track 9. Yeah, it's a bit of a more chill song after the very upbeat songs. I thought that was really good in terms of track pacing. I remember thinking Skull and Bones was okay as well, but yeah, overall it was fine. I put it on. It was nice and chill for most of it. I had an okay time. Now we're getting to 6 out of 10 category with an album which I had a feeling would be disappointing right off the bat. And yeah. We have The Silver Chord by King Gizzard, which is definitely one of my least favorite King Gizzard albums. Because I remember they released the first 3 songs all as one continuous 12-minute piece, because I'm pretty sure the whole album flows as if it's one giant piece. And it was like Depeche Mode worship, pretty much. The first and third track, The Silver Chord, and Thea and the Silver. Hang on, first 2 tracks, Thea and the Silver Chord. I was not really a fan. There's that big vocal solo with that like super weird vocal effect on it, which was straight up nails on a chalkboard. That bit was terrible. But the third song, Set, that's a great song. I've listened to that song by itself so many times. Gilgamesh was a solid track as well. And I'm gonna find it. Gilgamesh? Extinction. That song was pretty damn good. One thing is that I still need to listen to the extended edition where all 7 songs are like 15, 20, 25 minutes and they just kind of jam for a while. I remember hearing a sneak peek of it and there was like this really heavy bit. So I'm going to have to listen out for that if I ever do take the plunge with the extended edition. Also, what were they thinking with the cover art? Let me bring it up real quick. Like, okay, King Gizzard are a very goofy band. I can confirm this because I've now listened to all 25 of their albums. When they announced this photo, I was like, huh, that's a goofy band photo. I'm not sure if I really like it. Then I found out it was the album cover and got kind of disappointed. Yeah. So, yeah, if you're a giant fan of 80s synth pop like Depeche Mode and blah, 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 you guys would probably enjoy this album a lot more than me. But, yeah, it was fine. Okay, next up is 72 Seasons by Metallica. I knew pretty much in advance that I would not be the hugest fan of this. Because when they dropped Lux Eterna out of the blue, I was like, okay, this is fun. This is thrashy, catchy, simple, but just varied enough that it kept my interest. Then came Screaming Suicide, which I'm not really a fan of. And If Darkness Had a Song, which I generally think is one of the worst Metallica songs ever. Then they released the title track. And I was kind of just like, oh man. I don't think this is going to be my thing. Then April, 14th rolled around. I listened to the whole thing except for the singles because I'd already listened to them many times. And just, yeah, it's not the best. The last two tracks are brilliant, though. If you want to hear my full opinion of the album, just go to my Metallica ranking that I did a while back. Next up is one which was mainly this slow just because it's so little on the content. The Aggression Sessions by... This was a split EP, I believe, between like 4 different bands. Let me see. God, this is where I'd have a big cut. Hellions, the first song, the Fit for an Autopsy original song, that song is awesome. I remember when they released that and I was like, oh yeah, this EP is gonna be pretty good. Thy Art is the Thy Art is Murder original. I remember that being like just kind of fine. Same with the Malevolence song. But then Fit for an Autopsy did Under a Serpent's Sun by Thingo at the Gates. So good. It sounded actually really good in their vocalist's low kind of vocal style. You could tell that they also busted out the classic Swedish HM2 guitar pedal. Oh, as soon as I heard that, I was just like, oh, here we go. Thy Art is Murder did a cover of Hammer Smash Face, which is decent. And then there's Left Outside Alone. I have no idea what that is off the top of my head, actually. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Someone help me out. Text if you're still alive. Oh, man. Next up is another EP, which was kind of disappointing. The Full of Hell and Primitive Man split. Most of this was just like meandering. They're these both bands that use like a dark ambient and harsh electronic music, and that was like 60 or 70% of this EP. And yeah, it was just kind of meandering. Like the super long track in the middle, I was like, okay, this could be promising. And then most of it was like just distortion. And then when they finally did get into it, it only lasted a couple of minutes. So yeah, I was really disappointed by this one. Because I heard Full of Hell and Primitive Man were making a split, and I was like, this is going to be crushing, depressing, heavy, scary. And it wasn't really any of that. It was just, like I said, meandering. So, oh boy. Next up is Exile by Nebula Viscaris. Yeah. I know what you're thinking. This is a prog metal album written by people who are from your home city. You should be all over this. But I don't know. I don't know what it was. I was just listening to it thinking, this is not grabbing me, and I don't know why. This is one I do kind of want to revisit, though, because I haven't listened to it since like 5 days after it came out. I was also playing Uncharted, and I was really wanting to pay attention to the story. So having a whole bunch of dense prog music in my ear while also trying to decipher what's going on in the game, probably not a good combo. Maybe I should save it for like if I'm on public transport or driving. I love listening to music while driving. And since all I have to focus on the road, on is the road, I can normally digest an album really well while I'm driving, you know? Especially if I'm on the highway. And that about does it. I'm definitely going to have to re-listen to this one. Next up is 2 EPs by Drowning the Light. Both were like 3 or 4 songs, 17, 18 minutes, in one ear, out the other. But they're both fine. I listened to them and went, okay, some solid underground black metal. Oh, man. I'm already starting to get a tiny bit burnt out on the talking. I might split this in 2. Next up is War Against All Be Immortal. We are now in 7 out of 10 territory. And yeah, this was barely a 7. Like, it was fine. This is another one that was like really short and to the point as well. Let me see. Yeah, the title track was really good. The instrumental, which I believe is Nolan de here. I don't know, man. Yeah, the title track in that one, which I think is the instrumental, was really good. And that was about it. Once again, it clocked in at just a sharp 38 minutes, so my time wasn't really that wasted. Greetings, legume comrade. Just dropped by to say hello since my internet is bad. Oh, funnily enough, I had to shift my stream back a full hour because my internet died. I wanted to go live at 9 a.m. and my internet died at like 8:49. So I was like, crap, am I going to have to push back the stream? And yeah, I did, because my internet was down for like 30 minutes. Confusing one, I guess. Which one, bro? Okay, next up is another EP. The Fear of Fear by Spiritbox. Very solid metalcore EP, I guess you could say. This one's mainly this low just because it's, only like a 6-song EP. Like, it was mostly. Wait, what? I saw the message on Discord, so that's just bad luck. Yeah, it is. Spiritbox. Let me see. Yeah, just like everything else Spiritbox has ever done, it's got their blend of crushingly heavy with like poppy kind of bits mixed in. And a couple of these songs were like just straight to the point, catchy metalcore, no super heavy bits. Courtney LaPlante on vocals, as always, doing an awesome job. And that about does it. Next up, Unholy Defecation by Incantation. It was fine. I listened to it. It just did what they did. I don't know, man. I'm even at a point where I'm already. I'm still at a point where there's not too much to say other than, yeah, it was decent. Moving on. Dying of Everything by Obituary. Some people are saying that this is one of the best albums of the year. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, it was fine at best. The first song, though, oh my god. Was just a steamroller of a track. I was like, since when do Obituary do songs this fast? Because this is insane. And then after that, not really that much grabbed me. This is another one I might have to radio music. Obituary coming out next year, by the way. Even though I'm not a huge fan of them, I'm probably going to go and see them anyway because it's a classic band. So, you know, I feel like I kind of have to. Barely Alive, yeah, that's a really good track. And The Wrong Time is like a fun, groovy, kind of death and rolly kind of track. I normally can't stand death and roll like in the slightest, but what are you gonna do? It was an okay track. Next up is one that you guys might be shocked is this low, because these guys are one of my absolute favorite bands. But Luminescent Bridge by Blood Incantation. When I heard that they were announcing an EP, I got really excited. Then I heard it was only 2 songs. I kind of went, crap. So the first track is just pretty much them doing what they do best. Very weird death metal, which has more influences than you could poke a stick at. And the second song was carrying on from where Time Wave Zero left off with an ambient track. That ambient track was better than pretty much anything on Time Wave Zero, in case there isn't needless to say. They also brought back the drums for it. Like, Time Wave Zero had no drums on it at all, and it also had a guitar in it, which, with the exception of a couple of movements, Time Wave Zero had no guitar on it at all. So that was quite refreshing. It also had this like kind of jammy section in the middle, which was pretty damn good. I loved the super reverby drum tone of that song in particular. There was absolutely no way you could have put so much reverb on the first track. It would have just gone too busy and cluttered. More on that later, with a couple of other albums where the reverb was just too much for the style of music they played. And where was I? Yeah. But Obliquity of the Ecliptic. Brilliant. Jesus Christ. Brilliant track, which they even did a super weird music video for. Next up is another somewhat disappointing EP by brilliant social media guitar player, Reincarnate by Sebasticide. This is another one like Faye's Dream, where I was like, this could have been so much more interesting. Because the main takeaway that I had of this is that this dude writes guitar parts all the time. And the best he could muster was a 25-minute EP. That kind of had me scratching my head. Because surely if you write a guitar part like every 1 or 2 days, you would be able to stitch them together in like a nice 45, 50-minute album, you know? And it was like 25 minutes. I was just surprised, you know, and disappointed at the same time. Let me see if that sucker is on. Oh, it is on Radio Music. Sick. Reincarnate. Oh yeah, and the 6th track was an instrumental version of the 5th song. There could have been so much more to this. And the best he could do was a 25-minute EP. This guy is like a brilliant songwriter as well. So, in short, it's just this low because while it was enjoyable, it was just simply too short for the body of work that this guy has, you know? Next up is one that many people are calling the best EP of the year. Crypt of Ancestral Knowledge by Wolves in the Throne Room. The first 2 tracks are pretty much just them doing what they do best. Their blend of like American folk music, black metal, post metal, a bit of ambient in there as well. And yeah, those first 2 tracks were excellent. And then the second half was ambient. Like, it was decent enough ambient, you know? Like, I actually shut off the EP after the first 2 tracks because I was like, you know what? I'm going to save this for, like, when I want to relax. Then later that night, I chucked in the last 2 tracks, and yeah, definitely ticked the box pretty well. This is one I might also revisit because it's only a 4-song EP. It was very short. Next up is another one that kind of disappointed me. That's Hopladies 3. I'm just calling it Hopladies 3 because the actual title of the album is in Greek. And do I look like someone who knows Greek? No. Maybe I'll just bring it up and then you guys. So yeah, this is a one-man black metal project from Greek, from Greece. Really interesting project so far, and this dude is only like 23 years old as well, so he's definitely got a big career ahead of him. We will get to those two much later. Like that's the title. Come on, I know some Greek people on Discord though, so I might flick him that and ask for a translation. But yeah, since this dude had already pumped out 2 albums this year, this album just felt like leftovers. A lot of the songs just kind of like droned on and repeated the same thing, kind of things just over and over and over and over again. And by about track 7 or 8, I was already tired of it. But I was like, bro, this album's only 40 minutes. Stick it out to the end. And I did, and I was just kind of let down. But it was bad by no stretch. It's a 7 out of 10, It was fine. This one in particular, though, oh my god. We will get to that one. Next up is To Be Cruel by Carnate. This was like a 4 or 5-way mix between like drone metal, doom metal, regular drone music, and ambient. It was so tense and uncomfortable to listen to. I had to take a rest between all 3 songs because, first things first, all 3 of these songs are like 20 minutes long and super repetitive, long stretches of time where basically nothing is happening. And those long stretches are just so uncomfortable because, oh god. And the vocal performance, Jesus. You want to hear someone who is somehow not shredding his voice from the inside out? Listen to this. Because, oh my god. Next up is one that was good. And a lot of people are calling it like album of the year territory. I don't quite agree, but I can definitely see why. Sky Void of Stars by Catatonia. This is the 2nd, 3rd, maybe 4th Catatonia album I've checked out. I'm definitely going to eventually check out all of them. But here we are. There we go. I accidentally said Catatonica. I'm losing it already, boys. Oh, the first track, Austerity. That might be my favorite Catatonia track for the moment. It's got this really off-timey yet very groovy and satisfying main beat. And a beautiful chorus. That's something that Catatonia choruses are pretty much always awesome, and this song was no exception. Drab Moon is also a really good one. And then after that, not too much grabbed me. This isn't like the Needle of Viscaris album where I wasn't in a focused state. I was like waiting for a bus for the first like 3 or 4 songs. So I'm just standing there looking at the highway, just like, headphones on, absorbing it. And it was a decent album. God, I might need to split this in 2. Next up is a split, which had me very curious when it was announced. And it was announced like 4 days before it came out as well. I'm just scrolling Instagram and I was like, oh, dude, that's going to be cool. The Dream Unending and Worm split, Star Path. Before I go any further, I got to bring up the artwork for this split because, Jesus. Just look at that. Oh, man. They recently announced some vinyl copies of it, and I'm like, Oh, if I was a bigger fan, I would buy it just for the display piece, you know, and chuck it, I don't know, right there or something. Lean it up against the wall. Jesus. Anyways, both sides of this split were pretty much just the respective band doing what they do best. Dream Unending were using their blend of the calming kind of side of Funeral Doom. I say calming like this though, because most of it's not calming in the slightest. And Worm, who were using their three-way fusion of black metal, doom metal, and death metal. I will say it was kind of disappointing that Dream Unending only got 2 songs. If they both got 3 songs instead of just Worm getting 3 songs, this might have been a bit better. Just for me, at least. And that first Dream Unending song, it's like 11, 12, 13 minutes. And about half of it is the same kind of vibe. If they condensed that and gave us something more towards the end, that song would have been better. Like, it's a decent song. I still chucked it on my playlist and whatnot, and I've listened to it many times, but I kind of get to that bit and I'm like, could have been shorter. Just for my taste, you know? Next up is another one that some people are saying is album for your territory. And I'm Meant for Us by Fires in the Distance. People telling me to listen to this album because Bean Man, it sounds like Be'lakor. You're gonna be all over this. I listened to it and went, that's quite good. You know? So yeah, this is pretty much just progressive Melodeath, really. It was on the slower side of Melodeath as well. Again, much like Be'lakor, Insomnium, and Shil Magogna. More on them in a second. And yeah, it was another solid album. God damn. I might need to break this in 2 parts, guys. Yeah. Oh, man. Next up is The Coral Tombs by Ahab. This was another one that a lot of people were putting extremely high up, and I could kind of get it. Though this is probably my least favorite Ahab album. It's another one much like Catatonia or Nebula of Ascaris, where I was having a good time, but not a huge amount grabbed me. So, yeah. It was also a decent bit faster than a lot of their songs. Like, the single they dropped out of the blue is like a flat-out death metal song for the first minute or 2. God damn. That's something they've never done before. Because, you know, just like most Funeral Doom bands, the whole thing was... Their whole discography pretty much is just really, really, really slow. So slow that you almost can't even bob your head to it, yet they still stay in time. Which, by the way, is extremely hard to do. It's... Oh my god. It's super, super hard to play that slow. Because your brain just, like, can't exactly adjust to where exactly the beat is, you know? So you just kind of, like... and it's very difficult to do. Next up is Even Fall of the Apocalypse by Ascended Dead. This album was just a freight train of very grindy death metal. I just kind of sit there the whole time like, whoa. So yeah, absolutely insane performances across the board, and not too much more to say than that. Next up is Step Into the Light by the Acacia Strain. God. This one was very punky, I guess you could say. Deathcore music. Very short songs, just one after the other, and it was over within like 23 minutes. Just like the EPs I've talked about so far, this could have been higher rated for me if it was just like a bit longer, you know? The other album they put out this year, you guys gotta wait a fair bit for that one, because Wow, that was great. Also, something like 4 or 5 bands have released multiple albums this year. So, God, some people have been busy this year. Like King Gizzard released 2, which is strange to them because normally they release like 3 or 4. The Acacia Strain, Althar, who we'll be getting to in a second. Esoc Trillium released 2 albums and an EP this year. Hoplites released 3 albums. And Drowning the Light. That dude had no chill this year. Dude released like 3 albums and 2 EPs or something like that. Insane. What are we up to now? The Beggar by Swans. Yeah. I know a lot of people who hate Swans. I'm kind of indifferent on them. I love To Be Kinder. That's one of the best rock albums I've ever heard. And then the other like 3 or 4 I've tried were just not my thing. Like Soundtracks for the Blind was a solid album, but it was like 2.5 hours. So if they hacked off maybe 40 or 50 minutes, crunched it down to like an hour 40, hour 50, I would have enjoyed it more. And The Glowing Man was the same kind of story. It was just like droney and way too long for my liking. What else have I checked out? The Seer, the same kind of story. And this was no different. I was just thinking to myself, why is this 2 hours? We'll get to 2 more 2-hour albums, which use their time a bit better, in my opinion. But for the moment, know that I thought that this album was pretty bloated, but quite good. Okay, next up is Individuation by Subterranean Disposition. God, say that 5 times fast when you're drunk. So where was I? Hang on. Individuation by Subterranean Disposition. Jesus, that's a mouthful. This is another one that had an absolutely stunning art that had me just like staring at it for ages while I was listening to it. And most of you probably don't even know this band because they're not that well known. I saw the Funeral Doom band Esoteric earlier this year. They were excellent, by the way. They only played like 5 or 6 songs, and then they hung it up because it's Funeral Doom. Their songs are like hideously long. And these guys were one of the openers. And I heard that they just dropped an album, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna check it out. And yeah, it was pretty decent death/Funeral Doom. Their vocalist also happens to play saxophone, so it was a Death Doom band that had saxophones in it. It was definitely weird, but fit quite well. Because just like a lot of Funeral Doom, they had like droney, ambient-ish kind of sections. And then yeah, that's where the saxophone came in, and it fit pretty damn well. Yeah, it's a very weird combo. But yeah, it works somehow. Bean Boy. Oh, hello, Fleshcog. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest album in the world. I listened to it. It was decent. It exists. It's definitely an album that exists. Next up is a very divisive one. Some people loved it, and it turned this band's fan base into prog nerds out of the blue. Life is But a Dream by Avenged Sevenfold. When I heard how people were describing this, I expected to listen to it and think it was trash. But no, it was actually pretty solid. Hell, I even know a few people who think that this is like one of the best albums of the year. Well, I obviously don't think that by any stretch, since it's very low. It was still enjoyable enough. Beautiful Morning was a really, really good track. One of the better songs I've heard all year. I need to listen to that again. Oh, you have listened to it. Okay, nice. There's this weird heart overlay that keeps on popping up. I need to get rid of that. Oh yeah, Blake, you're a very casual Avenged Sevenfold fan, aren't you? Um, Unlike Sleep Token and Kim Dracula, I thought their genre fusions were done a lot better because they took advantage of like small silences and waiting until the song was over to shift the genre. Because there were some songs that were like very classical and symphonically influenced, and yeah, I just thought it was much smoother than those two bands did it. The vocal performance by M Shadows is kind of yikes, but then again, I'm pretty sure he did go through a big vocal injury or something recently. M Shadows. After being diagnosed with inflamed vocal cords. Crap. Yeah, that does sound pretty nasty, actually. Oh, what? This was like 5 or 6 years ago. Huh. By the way, they could have combated that lower pitch vocal melodies. Because it's only really very noticeable the first like 3 or 4 songs where he's like really up there. So for the second half of the album, it actually sounds pretty solid, but at the start, it was kind of a mixed bag. So overall, not an album I hated, not an album I thought was overly great. It just passed the time well. Did you talk about Rules in the Throne already? I did, right here, bro. Here we go, Shilmagogna. You want some proggy melodeath with a European twist? Here you go. Imagine if bands like Insomnium and Bellacore dove into their folky leanings even more. That's pretty much these guys. I will straight off the bat say that this album was long. It was like an hour and 15 minutes. So it was quite a commitment to sit through, but it was actually pretty damn good. The opening track was like this fairly slow, proggy, lengthy melodeath song. And it was also quite jammy and quite upbeat, so that was fun. Most of the other songs kind of followed that template of being, quite jammy and whatnot, and it fit together very well. Like these guys know what they're doing, and so many of the melodies were just stuck in my head for like hours after listening to it. So, though I did listen to most of this album while I was driving, so the length wasn't too much of an issue for me. But yeah, it was like an hour and 10 minutes. Shrink it down to like 55 or 50, Might be a little nicer. Oh, God. What's the other thing in here? Oh, that's right. Give me a sec, boys. I just need to update my rating music real quick. For 2 albums, which are both on this list, funny enough. Cool. I'm also noticing now that I never rated that Shil Magogner album, even though I listened to that like 2 or 3 weeks ago now. Next up is another album that some people are putting ridiculously high on their end of the year lists, and I don't quite get it. Petrodragonic Apocalypse by King Gizzard. This was one of the first King Gizzard albums I checked out because this album actually came out right when I was getting into them. So I figured, new album, I'll give it a shot. And it's pretty damn good. 7.5 out of 10. You know. Gila Monster is one of my favorite songs of the year. It's so much fun. It's so goofy, and I'm learning it on guitar right now, so expect a cover of that eventually. Motor Spirit's a really good one. Dragon is the longest song here, and it uses its time very well. Converge is fun. Supercell is fun. And once again, quite a fun artwork as well. Like, it was by no stretch the amazing album that some people were hyping it up to be. But it certainly passed the time. It was heavy, catchy, fun. Well, much more do you want, really? On that note, I would love to see King Gizzard do another metal album. They probably will, because they don't put out an album like every 4 or 5 months. But think about it this way: they only have 2 straight up metal albums out of 25 albums. It'd be very cool to see them do another one. And they are all big metal guys. I've seen interviews and stuff where they talk about how much they love certain metal bands. So it would certainly be interesting to see. Dragon D's nuts. Sounds like you, Flesh. Speaking of you, Flesh, this is what you might be surprised to see this low. Fauna by Haken. Worst of the year list. Well, just refer to my bottom ones. I'll give you like 30 seconds to look while I go get some water, bro. It's at 69, so it's fine. God damn it, man. Wait. Okay. Did I just reveal the next one by accident? Okay, cool. I didn't. Also, hello, Ferris. Yeah, Fauna by Haken. Definitely one of my least favorite Haken albums. But yeah, it was decent enough. I listened to it across a couple of sittings because just like a lot of Haken albums, it was very lengthy. There's one track in particular that I really enjoyed. Which one was it? Sempiternal Beings, that one. Also, both of the singles... Hang on. 3 singles? Yeah, all 3 of the singles they released were pretty damn good too. It was enjoyable. Next up is another one that some people are putting super high. Outlaw by their Catafalque. Very strange and once again very European sounding black metal. Because I believe this guy is from... God, let me find it. Catafalque. Somewhere in Europe, right? Hungary, that's right. And yeah, you can tell. It's got that European twinge. And just like normal for that Catafalque, it was very strange. And just kind of got a whole bunch of influences and went, hey guys, watch this. Look at how much I can blend. Oh boy, next up is a very enjoyable album. Me putting this low is like painful to me because I'm like, because this is like one of the many albums on here that I wish I could put so much higher. Anno, I just realized I wrote that wrong. Anno 1696 by Insomnium, The Witch Hunter. God, that song's gorgeous. And so let me see. Insomnium. Yeah, the first two tracks as well. The title track. It's called 1696 instead of Anno 1696. And the second track, which I believe has a member of Running Christ on it. Yes. Those two tracks are sick. The Witch Hunter is a song I listen to all the time. And yeah, those three songs are like, oh my god, this is amazing. And the other songs are like, okay, solid enough. Fauna is varied, so it wasn't boring, but I'm not reaching for it if I want Hagen. That's exactly my opinion too. Refer to Virus, the Mountain, and Aquarius. Also, Visions. That's probably my favorite Haken album. The title track of Visions is definitely my favorite Haken song. I kind of want to do an episode of Ben's favorites on it. That would be pretty awesome. Anyways, next up is Superliminal. Yes, by Nothingness. If you just want really gross sounding death metal in the vein of like Autopsy, Incantation, and how very early Gorguts, this album has you covered. This album has you covered. Not too much more to say than that, really, because it just feels like it's worshipping those bands, but doing a very solid job at it. Okay, next up is Asengardens So Entombed by And Oceans. Very majestic and bombastic symphonic black metal. You can tell that these guys love Emperor and Dimmu and Cradle, and they shifted that into this steamroller over an album. Like I had to take a rest from it at times because it was pretty punishing. Oh god, it's gonna be so hot today, man. It's 33 Celsius. Let me check what it is right now. Actually, it's already 31. I should really go back to Visions. Yes, you should. God damn, man. I might need to take a rest soon and boot up some games for a bit. I don't know, man. Okay. You want something challenging? Disintegrated by Oak. One 45-minute song. Funeral Doom. More on that later with Bell Witch. Yeah. One song Funeral Doom album. It was pretty damn good. Rocky Numbers, yeah, you're not exactly on Bell Witch's level, are you? Given that they have two songs that clock in like 83 minutes. Yeah, one thing I will say up front, the production is absolutely stunning on here. It's really, really clear the whole time. And yeah, it's even got like these fast black metal sections in it too, just to keep it from getting too slow. In fact, before they dropped the album, they dropped like a 5 or 6 minute snippet, and most of it was like a flat out blackened death metal track, and then it was slow towards the end. Yeah, it's pretty much just like your standard kind of Funeral Doom for the most part, but then they have like these big ambient sections, like ambient and drone music kind of sections to pad it out and to make sure your ears don't get too tired and blah blah blah. Oh god. Next up is another local band I want to shout out. Mammon's Throne with their self-titled. This was like a really stonery doom kind of band, I guess you could say. Like they have those trademark bluesy kind of melodies of stoner rock. It also brings to mind bands like Yob and Electric Wizard because it's got that same really fuzzy and chunky tone. These guys opened for Bellacore when I saw them back in September, and yeah, they were excellent. Very jammy, very repetitive, slow, fun, doom slash stoner rock, stoner metal rather, because these guys are pretty heavy. And yeah, my introduction to them was seeing them live. I was like, damn, I gotta look these guys up. And they only had 2 albums, and both of them were like 33 minutes long. So I was like, all right, sick. I'm gonna sit down one day, listen to both of them in one go while I'm playing gaming. But what? While I'm playing games. And I did and had a pretty damn good time. Next up is the Agriculture self-titled. And I had some people telling me that they're pretty much a more modern Sunbather by Deafheaven. So I was excited. And yeah, these guys were just absolutely ruthless. They were so much heavier than what you find on Sunbather. So much heavier. And even more ruthless. They had less of that shoegazy, black gazy kind of sound and leaned more into the black metal side of things. Once again, some ambient sections to pad it out, and once again, a really short album. It was like 31 minutes long. So I was like, all right, sick. Because I barely ever listened to albums all the way through in one go. So I was like, 31 minutes, sick, I'm going to do it. And yeah, it's pretty damn good. 44 minutes, that's nothing to a pleasant shade of grey, or of course, Mirror Reaper. True. What are some other good one-song albums? Winter's Gate by Insomnium, of course. Though it is broken up into, what, 7 tracks? Obviously, Crimson by Age of Sanity, which once again is broken into 7 tracks. Next up is Anthronomicon by Ulthar. One of 2 albums they dropped on the same day back in February, I want to say that was. Yeah, Feb 17th. Oh, oops. We'll get to that one later. I don't know why I opened that one yet. 4 viewers now. Hell yeah, now we're heating up. Yeah, Anthronomicon by Ulthar. Very strange mix of bands like Immolation, Incantation, Gorguts, Morbid Angel, I guess you could say. It's also kind of black metal-y and quite proggy. It also has some of that. It also sounds a lot like really early Gorguts. Like, think first 2 albums before they really went off into the stratosphere of weird. But yeah, that second album they released on this same day. Holy crap, we'll get to it. Next up is one which I swear I was going to put higher. Bear with me a second, guys. I'm pretty sure I raised this in the list. This is where I raised it to, because... Okay, here we go. Hellripper, Warlocks, Grim, and Withered Hags. Hang on. Warlocks, Grim, and Withered Hags by Hellripper. There you go. This is another one that people are like, oh, album of the year. And I'm like, it's really good. But I don't quite think so. Very enjoyable mix of black metal and thrash metal here with, once again, a somewhat folky kind of tinge. Because this is a one-man project from Scotland or Ireland, I believe. And yeah, there's definitely some of those kind of melodies in it. That album was pretty cool, but I didn't finish it. This one, Anthronomicon. Yeah, not too much to say than that. It was very fun and upbeat at times as well. Like, I could tell that he was having an absolute blast recording this, even on my first listen where I wasn't the hugest fan of it. I had people screaming at me that I hate this album. That's not the case in the slightest. I thought it was good, but not great. And now I've changed my mind. It's a pretty damn good album. Because this used to be all the way back at like 85 or something like that. And yeah, I gave it a second listen and it shot all the way up here. So there you go. A second listen works wonders sometimes. Next up is Inwards to Gethsemane. I don't know, man. By Vastum. Not much to say here other than that this was a very solid death metal album. Moving on. Next up is the second of 3 albums that Hoplites released this year, which I just closed. I want to reopen that real quick. This one, yeah. And then this one, which we're getting to much later. Oh boy, was that one good. Yeah, this one I'm just calling Hoplites 2 because again, it's all in Greek. What else makes that kind of weird is that this guy was born in China and then moved to Greece. So it's a Chinese guy living in Greece. Anyways, this was a very enjoyable black metal album. Very strange as well. Very like dissonant and atonal. Like, this guy is probably someone who listens to bands like Deathspell Omega, Ulcerate Ad Nauseum, Gorguts, the later weird stuff, of course, and channeled that into a very satisfying and challenging black metal album, which was really damn good. So yeah, from 60 all the way to number 1, we are in the territory of albums that I listened to and was like, wow, that was great. Next up is a big comeback album, Hymns from the Apocrypha from Suffocation. First things first, the production is a little weird on this one. Like, the guitar tone isn't exactly the punchiest, and the drums were like here and everything else below it. It was just a bit too loud on the drum department. But overall, this album was sick. It was Suffocation doing exactly what they do best, and there's not much more to say than that. Next up is one of the most punishing albums I've ever heard. Agonal Hymns by Nithing. This is another one that had a not very good sound mix. It felt like everything was too loud at the same time, but also quiet at the same time. The guitar tone was really muffled. The drums were not that punchy at all. The bass just sounded like distorted mud. But oh my god, this... I can tell that this band was like, we just want to be the most punishing band you've ever heard. Barely any slow bits. Just 23 minutes of that. Like, it was more intense than most grindcore. And it was so punishing that I just kind of sat there the whole time like, you know? Also, I could probably get away with making my camera a tiny bit bigger. Without cutting into the titles too much. Okay, cool. Um, hmm. Imagine living in Greece, vomit face. I don't even know that much about Greece, so who knows? It could be decent. I don't know, man. So remember Drowning the Light? I put two of his EPs a fair bit lower. This full album was pretty damn good. Simple, raw, and somewhat catchy black metal. Yes, that might just kind of chucked on in grooves too. And this could honestly be a pretty solid starting point for black metal because, like I said, it was kind of catchy. Like as we speak, I have the melody for the first track in my head. It was like 6 or 7 tracks, 35 minutes, done. Pretty solid. Next up was Two in a Row. Well, here's Two in a Row that Satanic, if all people would like. What Once Was Shall Be Again by Ghost Moon. This was another album, much like And Oceans, where I could tell that they definitely love some Emperor. I love some Emperor too, just like most black metal fans. So we all good. Very symphonic, very thrashy and fast. And once again, somewhat catchy black metal. Yeah, not too much more to say than that. Next up was another album which I thought was just much too long for its own good. Periphery 5, Gent is not a genre. I gotta say, Wildfire, the opener, is probably my favorite Periphery song. It's it's just an absolutely punishing slammer of a track before going into the massive chorus. Whew. Spencer really up in the high range for that one. I meant to do a points, but it looks like a thumb up. Really in the high range for that one. Periphery 5, here we go. Wait, I have it as a 3.5? Nah, I'm bumping that to a 4. It's another album that was way too long, yeah. An hour and 10 minutes out of only 9 songs. So yeah, Wildfire was, like I said, probably my favorite Periphery track. Wax Wings was a good one. But the Puppy songs were straight up awful. I I got about halfway through them and then just kind of skimmed it and I was like, yeah, this isn't for me in the slightest. But both of the long tracks at the end were stunning. I might even listen to them later on. So yeah, overall it was pretty damn good. That's pretty high for Periphery though. Yeah, they're not exactly the greatest band in the world. Next up is That, which I'm not even bothered going to try and say. Otherwise I'll make an idiot out of myself. This was a very, very strange black metal album. Actually, no, I'll bunch these next two together. Two very strange black metal albums that were just challenging and punishing to listen to. The Aesop Trillium album. A very common issue with Aesop Trillium is having albums that are like 15 minutes too long for their own good. But it was a pretty damn good album, so you can't complain too much. It was only like 5 songs and all of them were long as hell. So it's an album I've only listened to twice. And we'll probably not listen to for a long time. Because there's a certain other Aesop Trillium album which I'm really, 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 really attached to. More on that much later. And it was also a much slower kind of album for Aesop Trillium. And like I said, much, much longer songs. Because most Aesop Trillium songs are around the 6, 7, 8, or 9 minute mark. It's very rare that he makes a song that's over 10 minutes. And this album had exclusively songs that went over the 10-minute mark with one exception, I believe. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Yeah, the first song was 12 minutes. Second one is 9, 15, 12, 14, 13. So yeah, super long album out of only 6 songs. 6, yeah. Next up is another one that grew on me. Try that again. Next up is another one that grew on me massively. Come on. Holocene by the Ocean. Originally, this was like way down close to the bottom. Oh, man. Because I thought it was a little bit too heavy-handed on the electronic elements, and yeah, I do still stand by that. It had a bit too much electronic-y stuff for my liking. I also felt it was another album which is a bit too long for its own good, because it clocked in at, I think, 54 minutes or something like that. And yeah, a lot of these songs were just like taking a bit too long to get going. I was just like hitting my right arrow key, like, come on. When do you guys build into something more? But on a second listen, those issues were not quite as egregious to me. And it went from like way down here somewhere, I think, to what, number 50? Yeah. So it grew me a pretty considerable amount. I went from a 6 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10. And I might give it a third listen in a few months. Who knows? Next up is another one I really want to give another shot. Hell, I'll open it right now on camera. But I open it as the YouTube. Oh, and by the way, they actually released an instrumental version, which is, funnily enough, the version I want to check out now. Also, look at that artwork. Oh my god. Stunning. We will get to you later. So yeah, I'll open that now and save it for later. Do not copy and paste that. Here is an album that people were comparing to very early Cynic and like Human and Individual Thought Patterns' Death. Bit of Unquestionable Presence by Atheist as well. Put those 3 bands in a blender, this is exactly what you get. It even has a fairly raw yet polished kind of production, so it does sound like it could have came out at the end of the 90s. And yeah, this was some very enjoyable tech death. I listened to this when I was driving once, so the album was done before I was even at my destination. Because again, it's another album that's just very short and to the point. And yeah, it was great. Oh god, we still have so long to go. Oh, I'm probably going to turn this stream off as soon as I'm done with this. Next up is Black Braid 2 by Black Braid. This is another one which is like black metal mixed with post metal and ambient. And of course, American folk music. Because the one guy behind this band is it's from Native American Indian descent. And channels that into the music. Even the artwork resembles that as well. And of course, the music video is dressed up in like all the tribal stuff. And yeah, I loved the fusion of all of those genres. And there's another album that I might come back to. And it's yet another album which I thought was too long for its own good. Clocking in at what, 70 minutes, I want to say? 66 minutes. It also ended with a cover of A Fine Day to Die by Bathory, one of the best Bathory songs, and he definitely did it justice. Next up was Time Will Take Us All by Entheos. This was a very deathcore-inspired death metal album, I guess you could say. Quite technical at parts. They have a female vocalist too, so when the vocals are high, oh god, do they get high. There's so many points where the vocals had me like, Jesus, what is that? And yeah, the rest of the band delivers as well. They all sound freakishly good. And this is a band I might actually dive more into. Because I might real quick check how much music they have. Entheos. Wait. Are these guys sending me a 2-piece? If so, that's insane. 3 albums here. Hmm. 17-minute EP. Okay, cool. Where was that other album I just saw? That one. Cool. I guess I'm going to chuck that on the list of the super the stupid amount of albums I want to get to. Okay, next up is a 2-hour-long black metal album, Biolume 3 by Midnight Odyssey. Let me address the elephant in the room, the length. 2 hours and 5 minutes out of only 13 songs. And you know what? I thought this album mostly used its time really, really well. It's one of those really, really long albums where you kind of look at it and go, that was a bit too long for its own good. What do I cut though? Don't know. If it was maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes shorter, it would have, of course, been a bit more easy to get through. But what you do have here is brilliant. Another one-man projects, by the way. What is it? Some people are just too good at what they do, man. My God. There's another one-man project coming up next. So... God, I need a cold drink, man. Oh. So yeah, Midnight Odyssey. Midnight Odyssey is a very synth-heavy and often quite slow and relaxing, dare I say, black metal band hailing from down here in Australia. Love that. I believe he's from Adelaide, Queensland. And yeah, dumps out an album like every year or two, pretty much. And yeah, this is part 3 of the Biolume trilogy, so I'd imagine that there's some kind of giant story running through all 3 of them. I don't know, man. This is actually my introduction to Midnight Odyssey, and you know what? I'm probably going to listen further. Next up is The Magus. Giant meme over on Questy's Discord server. If you know, you know. I'm pretty sure you do. And yeah, this was a very, very strange black metal album with a lot of symphonic elements. I had a lot of choirs as well. The Magus. Yes. God, I'm already losing it after what, 2 hours? Yeah. The Magus. Oh. Actually, you know what? I think my brother bought some cordial the other day. Maybe I should have some of that with some ice cubes in it. Yeah, you know what? Do your own thing for a couple of minutes. I'm going to go grab one. Oh. Okay, boys. Are we still at the Magus? Yes. So overall, this was just a really, really strange black metal album that had me glued to what I was listening to for pretty much the entire runtime. Because once again, it's a pretty lengthy album. Yeah. A little bit on the watery side, but you know what? It's doable. Next up is Gowanus Deathstone by Gravesend. This damn album was like 20 songs crammed into 34 minutes. It was pretty much just a three-way blend of grindcore death metal and black metal. And it was super, super enjoyable. It went by in a flash. It was pummeling. And this is another one that goes for like this raw, kind of old schooly production. Like much like that Contrarian album, this could have came out at the end of the 90s. It has that kind of songwriting and production and overall sound, you know? Next up is Horned Lord of the Thorned Castle. There's an album title I've never read out loud called That's Strange. Very melodic and symphonic black metal. It's kind of catchy as well, I guess you could say. It's another album which is, for the most part, just very straight to the point. It works. That's pretty much all I have to say about this one. Next up is Ontological Mysterium by Horrendous. This is yet another album which goes for that throwback production and songwriting. This one sounds a lot like Human and like Individual Thought Patterns era Death. Heavy atheist influence and heavy cynic influence. So yeah, it's kind of in the same boat as the Contrarian album once again. And yeah, it was pretty damn good. All right, bring out the sketchy people. Argoslint. Resuscitation of the Ravanikists. Yeah, we're going there. Anyways. Argoslint. It's pretty much them doing what they do best. Very heavy mellow death. Like, this is just borderline straight up death metal with parts. Very fast, same tempo pretty much the entire song. And yeah, heavy mellow death with a lot of influence from classic heavy metal, just like most upbeat mellow death. As always for them, a brilliant artwork as well. Next up is what I think was my number one EP of the year. Let me scroll up real quick. Yeah. So next up is my favorite EP of the year. Zegarth by Aesop Trillium. The third of three things that this man put out this year. God, that guy never slows down. I admire that so much, man. So much. This was two songs that just delivered exactly what Aesop Trillium does best. Extremely weird and unique black metal. Across two songs which both ran for like 12 minutes. So even though it wasn't a two-song EP, it was reasonably chunky. Next up is my second favorite metalcore album of the year, Liminality by Future Static. This is another local band. I saw them open for Killer Giller's Horse last year. I was like, God, these guys are just crushing. another female vocalist who uses that high register really well. Like, even though this is metalcore, there's some like black metalish vocals on here, and God, it's fun. Very bright and epic choruses on here as well. Oh, I should also mention that their set that they played last year was like pretty much exclusively heavy songs. So when I listened back to a lot of their stuff, I was like, these are like shoegazy EPs. Where did this heavy stuff come from? Because what actually happened is that they like kind of changed their sound behind the scenes. Because what I presume happened was that the songs that I heard live last year, they had not recorded yet. And last year they dropped Venenosa, which is maybe my favorite metalcore song of all time, and a song I'm definitely doing a episode of Ben's favorites on. And that was like track 2 or 3, I think, on this album. And surprise, surprise, even in the context of a full album, that song's an absolute rager. So yeah, if you want some like catchy and upbeat-ish kind of metalcore with like a hair of pop influence as well as some electronic influence, give this album a shot. Next up is an album that people expected me to like way more than I did. The Rime of Memory by Panopticon. This is another album that some people think is album of the year territory. I don't quite agree at all. Granted, it's got some bangers. Sea Skeletons and An Autumn's Ghost, isn't that album called? Song. Yeah, Sea Skeletons was the first song that Austin released. This like 16-minute single, which is crazy to think about. And Autumn Storm, yeah. Yeah, so Sea Skeletons is track 3 for reference, and Autumn Storm is track 4. Yes. The first song is kind of throwaway. Like, it's just a 2-minute intro track. But it does kind of ease you into the overall mood of this album. And much like everything else that Panopticon has released, it's got this signature mood to it. Like, really sucks you in. And it's like, oh god. This is going to be dark, but also uplifting. And yeah, that's what we get out of Sea Skeletons. It's really dark. I cannot Sea Skeletons. And Autumn Storm. No, I meant Sea Skeletons. Yeah, it's really dark, but it's got this kind of uplifting sound to it at the same time. And once again, it's a 16-minute song. So it's got a lot of different sections in it to make sure that none of it feels like it's dragging on for too long. Even though I do think it's a song that's a bit long for its own good. But yeah, Autumn Storm might be my favorite song here. Not counting the intro, it's the shortest song, but it still clocks in at 9.5 minutes. It's one of Austin's very rare songs that's just dark and unforgiving the whole time. And it's a really good song. Next up is another album, much like Starpath, that came out of nowhere. The Enduring Spirit by Tomb Mold. And oh my god. Their guitarist and lead songwriter, whose name I'm blanking on right now, who is, of course, also the leader of Tomb Mold, coughed up this album after writing that Dream Unending album. And it's got so much influence from that. It's got like the slightly progressive songwriting of that Dream Unending album last year. And he fully used it here with Tomb Mold. Oh my god. Most of you guys have probably never even heard of that album anyway. The Enduring Spirit by Tomb Mold. Okay, cool. Yes. So yeah, this is the most progressive Tomb Mold ever sound, the most technical, the best production they've ever had. The most varied and most diverse in terms of influences. Yeah, it's a really good death metal album. Highly recommend if you like the weirder side of death metal. And the last track is the longest and most complex track they've ever done. And it It might be the best song they've ever done. That being said, though, I do still think that Planetary Clairvoyance is a bit better of an album. It's a bit more to the point. It's a bit less dense and hard to grasp. So, on paper, this should be my favorite, but like it's that close to being better than Planetary Clairvoyance in my head. By the way, type in the chat whoever's still here. You guys haven't talked since what the Makers. Which was 8 albums and 1 drink ago. Next up is Malavor by Hassad. Snake. What? Yeah, Malavor by Hassad. Imagine Death Spell Omega and Ad Nauseum and Ulcerate, bands like that. If you made them even less accessible, less structured, making less sense, and way less tempo changes, but somehow even more uncomfortable than all of those bands. Yeah, that's Hassad. The 4th song, I believe, it's got like this really, really crazy piano part, and it literally sounds like they just got a piano and threw it down a flight of stairs. And yeah, this is not an album you just chuck on. You gotta like really listen to it. Like I remember I tried to listen to this while I was playing games, and I was like, no, I'm saving this for a drive. I'm saving this for public transport. A time where I can like really sit down and digest it. Blah. So yeah, this is not this is an album I'd recommend to barely anyone. This is the kind of band I'd recommend to people who are like, oh, Death Spell Omega is weak avant-garde metal, you know? Like people who just want that level of extreme, but even more, you know? I mean extreme in terms of weirdness, by the way. I don't mean like, oh, it's so heavy, because it is. It's really heavy, but like not that kind of heavy, so to speak. Or maybe the Midgis. No, that Magus album was really good. Don't let 45 be a disservice to it because it's really good. Next up is my actual favorite metalcore album of the year, Fatalism by Polaris. Once again, another Australian band. I felt the need to represent them. The song they dropped, Nightmare, about 2 months before the sound came out. Brilliant track. And they dedicated it to their guitarist who unfortunately died in the... I'm the only idiot chatting, but you sold me on Hassad. Hell yeah. This is a band just like the Makers that John Bad was hyping up. And yeah, they're damn good. Yeah, Fatalism by Polaris. One of my favorite metalcore albums ever. It's another album that I listened to most of while I was driving. And that was a pretty damn good context for listening to this album. Heavy, catchy, riffy, satisfying metalcore. Which was also quite catchy at times. I know a lot of metalcore fans who have recommended this too, and I latched onto it pretty easily, so that's pretty good. And yeah, their guitarist died in the process of making this album, which is of course really unfortunate. They dedicated the album to him, and seeing like photos and short videos of him in the music videos for this album. I'm only a super casual fan of the band, but I was like, oh man, that hits hard. Next up is one of the best deathcore albums I've ever heard. This is Wildest by Mental Cruelty. People were saying that this sounds like a deathcore version of Megwa, and yeah, you can definitely tell that because it's very riffy, just like Megwa. Oh, my MIDI keyboard just got in the cam. And yeah, very satisfying mix of black metal and deathcore. Much better than... Oh yeah, that's another comparison they made. People said that they sound a lot like Lorna Shore, but better launcher, and yeah, they do. As normal for deathcore, an absolutely ridiculous vocal performance as well. These guys are German, I believe. So once again, it even has a very slight tinge of folk music, the European kind as well. God, European folk music is stunning. Next up is another one that's a bit of a comeback album, Chaos Horrific by Cannibal Corpse. This is another one that people are like really shooting up there. It's like, oh yeah, album for you. Of course, I'm not quite going to that extent, but it's definitely one of the better Cannibal Corpse albums in a long time. Every single they dropped is a banger. And Cannibal Corpse are one of those bands that people like. They make the same album over and over, but they make an awesome album every single time. So that's definitely the case here. With the exception of this being one of their slower overall albums, like it's got a couple of songs which are for the most part really slow. God, what was I saying? Yeah, yeah, it's up there with Gallery of Suicide and The Wretched Spawn as being one of their more slow outings. Though The Wretched Spawn does have a few of the fastest songs they've ever done. Frantic Disembowelment, hello. You know what I mean though. It's overall one of their slower albums. Just like Chaos Horrific. Next up is Spirit Possession of the Sign. You want a strange mixture of black metal, death metal, and avant-garde metal? Here you go. This is the guitarist and lead songwriter of Alpha, and yeah, you can tell. It sounds a lot like them. It even has their slight influence from ambient that they have. You might be able to tell that I really want to speed this up. So, oh my god. I do want to speed this up a little bit, actually, because I've already been talking for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm kind of dead already. Next up is an album that a lot of people thought was mid, but I think it's sick. People saying it's a bad copy of None So Vile. Well, None So Vile is one of the best albums ever made, so I don't care. As Gomorrah Burns by Cryptopsy. Is Cryptopsy doing what they do best? War Remains by Enforced is a thrash album that's like that close to being death metal. So you have very thrashy, ridiculous drum performance, songs that are just in and out, not a single smooth edge on them. They come and they go. They come and they go. They come and they go. And the album's already done before you know it. This is one I was actually listening to while I was playing Call of Duty, and that was spot on for that. Because it was great backing music for absolutely shredding some people. It's another one that has like this harsh and raw, old school kind of production, and it fits perfectly for this kind of band. This is yet another one that people are like really throwing up there on their album of the year lists. And yeah, it makes sense because this was damn good. Okay, next up is a band who put out a great follow-up after their debut, which very much disappointed me. Glacial Domination by Frozen Soul. Their first album was kind of like the same tempo over and over again, the same kind of feel for each song over and over again. But here they've mixed up quite a lot. These guys are one of like those ultra worship bands who were just like really riffy and quite catchy. And on their debut, I thought that was pretty much all they had going for them. They just sound like a Balthrower clone. This album is a big improvement, though. It's, yeah, very riffy. A lot of guest spots as well. It's got Matt Heafy from Trivium on it. John Gallagher from Dying Fetus even makes an appearance on, I believe, guitars and vocals. They're one of many death metal bands on this list, too, that has, like, slight ambient influence. Because there's a couple of, like, ambient-ish interludes, which offer nothing outside of being a quick breather for some of the songs. I believe one of those interludes leads into the next track. I'm not sure. Okay, next up is Terrorcide by Cattle Decapitation. Cattle Decapitation are doing what they do best. Everyone has been talking about this album this year, so this is pretty much all I need to say. Next up is Hive Mind Narcothas by Themi Faxeth. You want another band who's just like uncomfortable to the maximum degree there is? Check out these guys. Their ability to just like go up and down the tempo within bars instead of between from bar to bar is absolutely insane. I have no idea how people can do that. Like play so tightly when the tempos are like going like this. It literally sounds like they just sped up and slowed down the song when I was already recorded. It sounds really wacky and so strange. Next up is the other of the two albums that the Acacia Strain dropped, Failure Will Follow. This album was disturbing. It had a guest spot from Primitive Man, I believe. Like the vocalist or guitar player, I believe. Let me see. The Acacia Strain, Failure Will Follow. Okay, sick. Oh, I could have sworn one of these songs had a guest spot on it from one of the guys from Primitive Man. Let me see. The Acacia Strain. The last track, Ethan McCarthy, I believe that's one of the Primitive Man guys. It was either the first or the last track. I don't remember. So yeah, 3 lengthy, doomy, heavy, and disturbing songs is all you need sometimes. And yeah, all 3 tracks were very lengthy as well. 10 minutes, 17 minutes, and 12 minutes, I believe it was. I was just looking at it. I should remember this. And yeah, that's what's going on for this one. Oh, hang on a second. Fleshcock, my man. How we doing? We still here? Whew. Anyways, better get back to it. At 25 is an album that actually used to be all the way in the top 10. Then I listened to a bunch more, and I listened to this album again, and it dropped. Homicidal Ecstasy by the one and only Sangwa Sugabog. God, what a band name. I'm seeing these guys next year. It's going to be sick, because I enjoy them a lot, as you can tell. So yeah, this was their second album. Very groovy and slow for the most parts. Slam/brutal death metal. They don't take themselves too seriously, and the imagery, lyrics, and overall singing is just grotty. No other way to say it, really. Brilliant drum work, and a very thick and sludgy production, I guess you could say. Overall, a very fun death metal album, which, like I said, used to be a lot higher, and then dropped over time. Next up, keeping on that avant-garde black metal train, we have The Soul on Varma's self-titled. Very weird and scary and chaotic avant-garde black metal album. Like I said, it's their first album, self-titled. The first half of this album all flowed as one song, and the second half all flowed as one song. So you could almost argue that this is only two songs. And yeah, certain parts of these two songs I've listened to over and over and over again this year. And it's an album I might give a fourth listen. Yes, a fourth listen soon. Next up is my non-metal album of the year. And I'm pretty sure this album is number one for this entire year on Rate Your Music. We got Scaring the Hose by JPEG Mafia. Another very strange album. Because as always for JPEG Mafia, the samples he picks to use on Warp is very weird. And yeah, this was overall just really weird. Yep, number one for 2023 with a 3.91. Very impressive. Very strange, very hooky. Not accessible by any stretch. Songs like Garbage Pail Kids and Lean Beef Patty are just so much fun, but so weird. Next up, one of the biggest death metal releases of the year, and definitely one of the best. Make Them Beg for Death by Dying Fetus. Dying Fetus doing what they do best. Not much more to say than that. Next up is Dot Elysium by the Zenith Passage. This one, oh boy. You want to talk technical? You want to talk shreddy? You want to talk an album that just has you scratching your head the whole time? Next up is another album that a lot of people thought was kind of mid, but I loved it. Shades of Sorrow by Crypto. A completely female death metal band. Awesome to see that. First things first. A very cohesive and heavy death metal album. Also, they're Brazilian. That's another thing you don't see very much. All female death metal band that's Brazilian. That's so weird to think about. The drum performance on here, Jesus Christ. Their drummer has been drumming in death metal bands since the age of like 16, and you can tell. Oh my god. Like, you go watch videos of her, and it's like, my god. Let me find something. Better bust out the speakers for this one. Oh boy. Such a relaxed technique as well, just like. Look at that. Just like, yep, Watch me go. I loved the vocal performance on here too. Very just like snarly and black metal kind of. Gave me a lot of reminded me a lot of um Abath from Immortal actually. Next up, oh boy, you want to talk terrifying and weird. Disharmonium Mayhem by Blue Aus Nord. Following up from Disharmonium, I think I like this more than Disharmonium. For this entire album, for the entire 44 minutes, I had one thought in my head. How do they do it? Black metal, this abstract, this weird, this cohesive yet messy at the same time. It's just too good. And the artwork is just straight up pure name. Yeah, feel. I've listened to like 6 albums by these guys so far, and they don't disappoint. And this might be my favorite. I'm not sure. Next up, got a rep a very local band. These guys are from Melbourne, and they are sick. This is a 3-way mixture of black metal, death metal, and grindcore, and it's so satisfying. It's weirdly quite fun. The production is also really trebly and quite nasty and grainy, I guess you would say. It fits the music perfectly. Every song was like 2, 3, 4 minutes. It's one after the other, after the other, and wrapped up at a very crisp 34 minutes. So yeah, very, very enjoyable album. Speaking of worship albums, we got Vast Reaches Unclaimed by Majesties. A very enjoyable mellow death album. And even though these guys are American, I could tell that they love their Gothenburg trilogy bands. So In Flames, Dark Tranquillity, and of course At the Gates. That's pretty much all I got from this album. Apart from being sick, of course. They just love these bands, you know? And yeah, it was really, really good. And it's an album I've only listened to in full once, though many tracks from it I listened to in isolation a lot. Oh, and I saw these guys open for Archspire last month. Again, they're local. They play a lot of shows in my area. They played like 3 songs off this album, and I was just smiling ear to ear every single time they busted out one of those songs. Next up is Hoplites 1. What an absolute whirlwind of strange black metal. Yeah, this album was so strange, so unconventional, but also really satisfying. And once again, just like the Werewolves album, it wrapped up at a super tight 34 minutes. Yeah, brilliant album. Actually, no, this is my metalcore album of the year. Huh. Death Below by August Burns Red. It takes their normal proggy / technical sound and just goes all out with it. It's another one that's very melodeathy, but then again, most early metalcore is melodeathy. And yeah, these guys came out of that early scene, so it's got a lot of that At the Gates kind of sound to it. It's catchy, heavy, quite punishing at times. And yeah, it sounds like August Burns Red in the best way possible. Next up is the Orb by Gorod. While the production was awesome here, it was lacking bass, I thought. Apart from that, though, wow. Brilliant Tech Death Radio. Next up, oh my god. People are hyping this album to death, and for good reason. Black Medium Current is one of the best avant-garde black metal albums you'll ever hear in your life. It's so unbelievably weird. And much like I said about Blue Dust and Blood, it's chaotic and messy, but also still really cohesive. I don't know how I do it, man. It's an album I've already listened to, I think, 4 times, and I kind of want to spin it again. This was another one that used to be in the top 10, but as you can see, it's been holding strong ever since it came out in June or July, I want to say. Oh, April. Yeah. It came out the same day as Metallica's 72 Seasons. Well, it's pretty obvious which album was better. Next up is Memento Mori by Marduk. This album just shreds you in half from front to back. And I absolutely loved pretty much every single song. It was just one after the other, after the other, of just getting beaten by the absolute onslaught of this album. It was so intense that I had to take a break and put on some like ambient for a bit. Then when I did return for like the final 3 or 4 songs, I went, guys, that is one of the best black metal albums I've heard in a long time. Next up, keeping the black metal train rolling, Liber Lucifer 2 by Thy Dark and Shade. I've listened to all 3 Thy Dark and Shade albums, and this is the best by a lot. A lot. Their previous one, Liber Lucifer 1, is definitely a close second, but doesn't hold a candle to this album. It was... God, I described this album as pinning you to the floor and just beating you for 63 minutes. Which, yeah, definitely does. On the note of being 63 minutes, definitely a bit too long for its own good. But damn, was it good for most of it. Okay. Another weird band, another weird album, and another local band. This is yet another one-man black metal project. God, like I said, some people are just too good at what they do. Where specifically, though? You're just going to say Australia? Where is this guy from? At least I think it's one guy. Another album which was probably a bit long for its own... Actually, wait. I could have sworn this album was longer. Never mind. Yes, super enjoyable album. Which, much like a lot of stuff on here, was just really weird. And had a lot of industrial kind of influence. A lot of influence from electronic music and ambient as well. And it has a Morse code breakdown. And it's a black metal album with breakdowns on it. How do they do it? I don't know, man. Next up is another one that just ticks that box of werewolves. They just go like that for 35 minutes and then call it a day. These guys are an old school Swedish death metal worship band. They got that HM2 sound. They got that gross and old school sound of the early days of Swedish death metal. Every single performance on here is just absolutely unhinged. And is an album I'd recommend to anyone if they said, hey, what's a like good, straight to the point death metal album from this year? I'd be like, check out the Werewolves album. Check out this. Check out, I don't know, the All by Gorod. Check out the Zenith Passage. Check out Dying Fetus. Next up is the reverse of straight to the point and accessible. The Clandestine Gate by Bellwitch. Their second foray into... How do you even spell that word, by the way? Oh, foray. Anyways, the second foray into an 83-minute song, and this is apparently going to be the first of a trilogy of super lengthy songs. 4 if you count Mirror Reaper, but I guess that's not part of it. Yeah, it's just Bellwitch doing what they do best. I just want to say that. Next up was a band that kind of went under the radar, which is sad because this album is brilliant. We got Downfall of Gaia with Silhouettes of Disgust. Beautiful mixture of ambient, post-metal, and black metal. And sometimes all 3 at once. Especially on Final Vows, which is definitely one of the better songs I've heard all year. definitely. Final vows. How do I put it on now? Get speakers rolling. Oh god, I'm gonna have to specify Downfall of Gaia on it. Jeez. Actually, wait, which song is it? There's one song that's like super post-rocky right from the start. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, this one. So sick, man. Oh yeah. So yeah, this album was just a super satisfying mixture of those three genres that I had listed before. I listened to this album 3, 4, 5 times. It never gets older. It only gets better. Alright, next up is the other author album that they put out this year. Helio Nomicon. You want weird, challenging, and long songs? This is the album for this year for you. 2 songs, which both 20 minutes. Yeah, I kind of want to do a band's favorites for the first track. I've got a friend hooked on this album. A friend who also loves this album to death. And both of us try to learn this song by ear, which is pretty very good. It's a brilliant album, only 2 songs. Both of them in my draw on the floor all 20 times and checked out both of them. And I really wanted to put style. This is Forgone by In Flames, which I actually did want to drop a little bit. Yeah, but now I'm going to rearrange them. Oh my god, only 4 laps. We pretty much all we're almost there. So, Foregone by In Flames. This feels like a throwback to the days of Colony and Clayman, but they were still very heavy, but catchy and accessible. Songs like Meet Your Maker, both parts of Foregone. In the Dark. These are all songs I come back to all the time if I'm in like a melodious kind of mood. What else? Oh, State of Slow Decay and Meet Your Maker as well. And Bleeding Out. Bro, this album is just banger after banger pretty much. And ever since my first listen, I was right at the top. And my third favorite is how crazy is that? Next up, Heimdall Island Slave. Oh boy, how do they do it? This is what, their 17th album? And, oh god, Enslaved have always found a way to somehow continue to be so unique. Like, this is their 16th or 17th album, and they still sound like a fresh band. I don't know how they do it. Every single song flows like butter. Every single song takes you on such a weird and varied journey through their ever expanding sound. The performances, the production, the artwork, the way that the album just flows beautifully. Like, there's not much more to say than that. Forest Dweller is probably my top 5 Enslaved songs. That's a song I've played over and over and over and over and over before the album even came out. And when I did listen to the album in full, I listened to that song twice in a row. I just can't get enough of it, bro. It's just too good. Next up is an album which, by a band that most people don't like at all. And I, for the most part, am the same. This is my introduction to the band. I want to listen to it. I went, Jesus Christ, that was brilliant. How do people not like this band? We got 93696 by Liturgy. This was my introduction to the band. I heard about this album coming out, and I went, you know what? I'm going to be the defender of the hated black metal bands. I'm going to be the defender of bands like Death Heaven and Panopticon. And I became a Liturgy defender by listening to this and the rest of their stuff. Granted, I would say that some of their albums do not do it for me at all. But this album, oh my god. It is just so punishing, so varied, so captivating and forward thinking. Hunter Hunt Hendrix's blend of classical with black metal, electronic music, folk music, classical music, symphonic music, death metal, metalcore, deathcore. Hell, even some like operatic elements is nothing short of stunning. The fact that one person wrote, constructed, composed, and arranged this album is absolutely ludicrous to me, and I have no idea how she managed to find a man who could keep up with this. Because I saw them live. I also saw them live a month ago, and I knew I had to meet Hunter. And I did, and I got a super blurry photo, which I'm probably not even going to show. But just to think that I met the mind behind this crazy music is great. Whew. My biggest knock against this album, though, is God. It's a lot. It's an hour and 20 minutes, and about a third of those tracks are interludes. So even though this album was like really, really enjoyable for me, it became the intro to a band that I, for the most part, don't like. But I have this one album I can point at and be like, God, this album is borderline a masterpiece. Oh, Blackwater. You missed almost the entire ranking. Maybe I'll shoot you through it real quick, eh? But next up is an album that people think I'm overrating. My second favorite doom metal album of all time, and my second favorite album of this year, is The Weight of the Remembrance by Tribunal. I've listened to this album 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times, and it just keeps on getting better and better. Their blend of gothic metal with doom, classical, and symphonic music is stunning. The mixture of female and male vocals is awesome. Their vocalist slash guitar player, also being a cello player, is so awesome. And they channeled it into this album that I'm just absolutely glued to. Like, gothic music and doom metal is not something I listen to that often. And the fact that they blended it, and I gave it a 9 out of 10, is insane. And so, yeah. I wish I could like Liturgy, but it ain't working. Well, yeah, like I've said many times, for the most part, I don't like them. But then they drop this album, and I'm like, holy crap, nice job. Oh my god. It's so warm today. Liturgy, yeah, for the most part, I agree. That album is like the audio equivalent of being tied to a chair and beat on. And I loved it. But number one, oh my god, I've listened to this album like 8 times just by the fact that it's 2 hours. I keep coming back to it like it's, I don't know, my own house. Stupid analogy, but you get the idea. Astral Constellations of the Magical Zodiac by Aesop Trillium. This album is too long. It didn't need to be 2 hours. It's pretentious and kind of messy. I agree with all of those statements. But oh my god, man. all like 8, 9, 10 times I've listened to this album, I was just glued to it the whole time. It just, it's just, I remember a couple of days ago, I had one of the songs in my head, and I was like, "Crap, I need like a ninth listen." And apparently, it's this wacky concept album about like a wall that happens between multiple galaxies or something crazy like that. So I low key want to, and I can't find the lyrics for it anywhere, which bugs the piss out of me because I want to know what happens within this album. In Flames That High, wow, yeah, I was shocked as well. Oh yeah, Aesop Trillium. The second of 3 things he put out this year as well. Aesop Trillium goes all in on what? On his projects, yeah. I respect that a lot. Consistently so unique and weird as well. Like when people say to me, "Hey, can you think of a band who sounds similar to Aesop Trillium?" I'm just like, yes. I can't do it, man. I guess maybe because there's even some slow groovy parts that remind me of like Fear Factory of all bands. 2 hours long, but damn, he does it pretty well for the most part. Yes. And like I said, I've come back to this album so many times, and it just only gets better. And the fact that it is 3 discs as well is that if you are someone who's put off by how long it is, you can just easily listen to it disc by disc. Because the first disc is the first 6 songs, I believe. The second disc is also 6 discs. 6 discs. The second disc is also 6 tracks. The amount of S's in that is insane, bro. Why am I looking at my notifications live on camera? Live on stream, I better not do that. But yeah, I remember I listened to most of this album while I was like finishing up my something like that of GTA 5. And yeah. I don't even know what to say about it at this point, bro. It's just something I can't get enough of despite so many listens. And yeah, it was my album of the year by only like track 4 or 5. Constellations is good there. Yeah. And the length of it being too much is definitely a very valid complaint. Like, even though I've listened to it so many times, it is a lot to take in. Like, it's overwhelming, it's long, it's weird. And just shifts from one genre to the next at random, pretty much. I will also say that the production is a little bit weird. Like, there are certain songs where the reverb on the keyboards overpowers everything. And the drums are a bit too loud as well, which is also kind of an issue sometimes with Aesop Trillium. Going to the Panopticon Discog too. Yeah, I've done it already. Panopticon was at number 38, by the way. Oh, Blackwater. I better give you a real quick rundown of everything, hey? I also have a bunch more albums I want to get through still. Yay. Have a look, my boys. Kim Dracula Mayor, yeah. Tell me what else stands out to you, boy. Dungeon Wolf needed to be number 1 and 2. Yeah, screw Aesop Trillium and Tribunal. Bands who genuinely want to do something new and interesting. We need Dungeon Wolf back. We need Dungeon Wolf higher, rather. We need them at the top. Whew. Those EPs are always miserable, man. I was in one of those bad music moods where you just crave bad music out of nowhere. And I went, all right, sick. I should just put those on. Immortal was disappointing a little bit. Yes, it was. My love, Ahab. Yeah, man, Ahab can do no wrong. Oh man, I need some water, man. Goemon was very good, yeah. Very thrashy and quite symphonic. Man, you're gonna have to backtrack on this 3-hour stream so far, aren't you? I imagine you were working or something, hey, and couldn't make it in time. Well, straight away, rather. Anyways. I was working and had a lot going on. Ugh. Midnight Sorcery. Shane, of all people, was hyping that album up a lot. And I was like, you know what? Because he was describing it as being like very melodic and quite symphonic, but also like fun and catchy. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds fun. I'm checking that out for sure. And yeah, it was great. Oh god, there it is. Oh man, it's very fun. Definitely, how do kind of Children of Bodom feel? Oh yeah, that is a comparison that Shane made as well, actually. That Sandy Faxis was intense. Yes, it was. I also made a few genre-specific topsters, by the way. I did top 10 death metal albums of the year, including Melodeath and Tech Death and blah, blah, blah. Actually, wait, I need to put that... Oh, wait, does that mean that Helionomicon was my death metal album of the year then? Oh, yeah, it was. Sick. I also did... Best black metal of the year. God, hang on a second. Majesties was a grower, one of my favorites of the year. Yeah, straight from the start, I was like, oh, top 20 easily. Also, I was cool, very much so, my guy.
What else did I have for 2023? Oh,
damn, I didn't have any other 2023 topsters. I was debating doing doom metal, and I was like, bro, there's only like 4 doom albums on my list. I reckon we listen to like 2, 3, maybe 4 songs of this, and then I'm gonna call it a day because I've been streaming for 3 hours and my voice is dead. Understandable, Lamaria. Also, from here on out, you guys don't need to worry about not being able to hear anything because I recently got some speakers. There we go. Horn. No, that's microphone feedback, bro. Yeah. Oh, bro. Interesting. I'm trying to need to get to it. Oh yeah, I should also bring up this is the instrumental version, in case you didn't notice already. I'm on the Panopticon train for this winter. It is summer down here, and ew. Black Metal December, bro, bro. I thought the song was done. Scaring the hoes. That is indeed Crack the Sky. Looks pretty sick, eh? Oh yeah, you would have briefly seen it when I went like this, eh? Yeah. God damn. Um. Wait, what? OTEP or Dungeon Wolf? Well, that OTEP album at least had a couple of songs that were okay, so probably that. Oh, but then again, both those Dungeon Wolf EPs were only like 13 minutes long. Mm. It's either I get an album that's kind of mid, but it's like 38 minutes long, or a piece of garbage EP which happens to be hilarious that's only 13 minutes. Yeah, probably the EP. Is real true metal, bro. All that dotted eighth note on the snare. But. Oh. It reminds me of that one bit in the Grand Conjuration. How far through is it? Like towards the end, I think. Wait, is it? This bit where the drum pattern is like boop, dip, 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 dip. This bit. It sounds a bit like that. See what I mean? Kinda. Such a great album. Oh, dude. Dude, it's Ghost Reveries. Now I'm gonna have to rate your music, these guys. I think they're like Italian or something. Oh no, I'm probably thinking of someone else. These boys very much American. Oh wait, I had it as a 3.5. That's weird. Holy crap! Get a load of that art, bro. Whew. All about that sci-fi, aren't they? Yeah. The artist something right there, yeah. Well, damn. And then their newest ones, that's what, 5 albums was that? Yeah. That might be a band that I go through everything for. I don't know. Prog death metal, that's interesting. I mean, bro, are you hearing this? Actually, what does it sound like on your end? Let me have a look. Uh, Can you guys not hear it at all? What? You could hear it at the start of the stream when I had stuff going through it. Evoken vibes? It looks a bit like Antithesis of Light. There we go. Where's that bit where the drummer was really going off? You know what song I reckon would be the hardest to play in the history of death metal? This goddamn song. Oh, dude. You know, under this video, oh my, defeated Sanity are insane. Insanity right there, yeah. It's literally in their name, Sanity. There's a comment somewhere that was like, I can't understand the 53rd riff. Where is it? That bass. Yep. That drop at 117. Where? Oh yeah, the random really heavy bit. Ooh, those guys love doing that. No, man. Oh, Blackwater. Have you seen this, by the way? Bruh. Look at this sucker here. Once I get it angled right. Picture disc. Oh no. I accidentally slipped it inside my Sunbather vinyl. That one. Inhuman abilities right there, yes. Goated indeed. Audio Ben. There we go. Lucky? Oh. Yeah, so let a record store that's near my uni. And I was like, bro, I have to have that. Then I looked it up and there's only like 500 of those in the whole world. So, yeah, I knew I had to go it. Had to get it. Blah, blah, blah. Your mic not going through? It should be. What else do they have there? Defeated Heavenity? I don't know. Defeated Heavenity. I guess that works. Happy to add ad nauseum to your collection? How? What? I mean, I did buy Imperative Imperceptible Impulse on Bandcamp so that I could actually download it. Oh god, what an album. Oof. Here you go. Yeah. Oh, man. I guess you just hang out for a couple of minutes and then I will hang up. I need something to eat. I need another cold drink. I need to turn off. Oh, man. Nearly died from this heat. Oh, I know, right, bro? 33 degrees today. Oh. And 33 yesterday. Stay cold, Blake. Somehow. Oh, Blackwater, I should point out that Blake is an in real life friend. Ad Nauseam will definitely be known as the band for the longest time that gave me a headache. I know, right? Every single time I listen to that album, bro, my heart is like beating out of its chest because of how anxiety inducing it is. Like sometimes I'll just be listening to it and go, oh crap. That's insane heat, yeah. It almost put me to sleep because I forgot to drink. Ugh. That's why I always have water at my side. Oh, and I had to work through this heat last night. Not fun. I had a job where I have to wear either jeans or tracksuit pants. And I gotta wear that vest around all the time. Ah, I know, right? I was probably gonna buy like a 6-pack of ciders or something and chuck some ice in them and then chill for the rest of the day. It's gonna be good.
Yes. In other news, I also gotta go to the toilet, man. I'll be back in a sec, boys. At least it in overalls or something worse. Yeah, very true. I barely had sleep because of this damn. Oh yeah, that does happen to me sometimes. Oh, I would just sleep at like 1 and got up at 8, and surprisingly, I didn't wake up at all. And oh my god, thank God for that. Good for you for pointing out that my mic isn't working. I was basically saying that this Guitar Hero guy has been like chipping away at the hardest level in the history of the game for a long time now. Jesus. There we go. I got like 3 hours at most. All I could get because my dog. Oh, how much hours he practiced that for? God knows. Probably hundreds. Look at how fast it's moving. This is only level 1 out of 6. Oh, and part 5 goes for 17 minutes. Oh, now Lightning, what about you? Oh, yeah. This dude probably doesn't go outside for an hour. I'm going to look out for the Lightning, actually. Bro. Oh, I can hear the thunder, Blake. That's a start. Bro, last night at work, I had to do the bins at like 10:30 p.m. and I could see the lightning in the distance. And I was like, bro, are we gonna get any rain tonight? And then no, we didn't. So I don't know why there was lightning without a storm. That seemed really strange to me. Just said it just then. Yeah, I did too, actually. Now it's pissing down. Bro, I live 10 minutes from you. It's probably gonna rain in a sec for me then. Right, the lightning. No, man. And remember, guys, this is only level 1. Oh my god. Wait, bro. Hang on, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Yo, we good. I remember that there was some clothes hanging up. Practices in his mum's basement. Oh my god. It's so slow all of a sudden. I just saw some blinding waves of thunder. Come on. That level of concentration, yeah. I'd give up pretty much, yeah, for sure. I'll say it again. This is the easiest level of the six. Easiest. And it still looks like this. I want to know the level where you guys can hear that it's screaming. There we go. Blake, I'm still waiting on the rain. Oh my god, there's more landing. Easiest looks like the metallic attacking section. Oh god. You guys should see the final level though. Jesus Christ. It's only like a minute and a half, but God, that level of difficulty is like me doing DMC once platinum. It's that bad, is it? Wow. 40 notes in the whole run? 10 plus 18 is what, 28 plus 12. Yeah, 40 notes. I guess was correct. Oh, 50 seconds. I should also close my door. Crispy Mike.
Crispy.
I knew that would happen for that one. Shut up and focus, bum. That mic is morning to you? What the F, LeMayor? Yeah, pretty much. Make me a sandwich. Make me a sandwich, bro. You know what? I should make some sandwiches after I'm done. What is this? I know, right? Oh boy. It's recommending me from my own stream, bro. What else could I find on my YouTube homepage that's kind of entertaining? If I can't find anything, I might even just call the stream off now. Ah! Oops, that one. It's the Bean Man. I recommend that Bean Man stream. See what that boy is up to. Questy 2. Imagine. There already is one Questy, and there already is one Questy. OMG, there's 2 bean mans. Oh! You know what, boys? Maybe we should stop now. It's been 4 hours. So, the bean is making beans out of pure air. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, guys, I think that will do.